What do you get when you cross a breakfast pastry with an arachnid? A Pop-Tart Ranchula. Welcome to the stream. Happy Thursday, everybody. Thank you for being here tonight. Welcome to Strawberry Shortcake. The last time we're going to play Strawberry Shortcake. This game has been featured on the stream so much. Well, we're finally on loop 5 of 5. We're going to get through it tonight. And probably see that there was never any point to doing it all along. Welcome in, my friends. Thank you for being here. Dead Zergling is first in chat, followed by Kusari Gama. Cows are important. Lucent Jelly, EpiPen, TV, Uncle Muscles, MD. Welcome in, all. Thank you for being here. An alien engineer. Oh, that sounds adorable, Cow says. Not bad, EpiPen says. That feel-good game you can't get enough of. I do love the theme song. I think the theme song is fantastic. So, continue adventure. Let's press some buttons here. Difficulty, all 5 stars. Filled in. I had a horrific thought earlier as I was lying in bed. I was thinking, what if we beat the game and then I go back to the save screen and I see the save file has just shifted the 5 stars up and begun a new row. Oh my. I don't think that's likely, but it wasn't exactly a super pleasant thought. I thought Greetings Amiibo was intentional, Jelly. Hey, Greg, welcome in. Always a pleasure to see you. Greg's Retro Channel. We are just getting started. This game takes about 4 hours to run through. We move through it at a very leisurely pace. This is no speed run of these loops. This is no speed run of these loops for sure. So it takes about 4 hours to get through. So this will probably be the only thing we do tonight.
Strawberry Shortcake! Strawberry Shortcake! Oh, hello, Angel Cake. How are you? Very good, I hope. I can't believe it. I don't think I can dream anymore. Don't worry. I'll think of something. Oh, I know. Maybe there's a problem with the Dream Factory in the land of dreams. Wait for me here. I'll be back soon. Thank you very much. Strawberry, you are the best.
Haven't you finished this game already? To properly complete it, Greg, you have to do it 5 times. I've done it 4, so this should be the very last. You know, we played it once every few weeks. For a while there, I was playing it once every couple months. Ooh, it's too warm down here in the basement for a hat tonight. I think I've got to lose the hat. Autocorrect occasionally gives you gifts, EpiPen says. Tried my hand at crispy baked chicken leg quarters tonight. About 80 cents a pound, so learning to cook them is worthwhile. Marinated for almost 3 days while I was waiting for baking racks to come in from Amazon. I've done the chicken quarters thing before. Can't remember what any of the buttons do. I can't remember what any of the buttons do. Hopefully they turned out really well. So much more than I expected, but I didn't want to freeze it. Thanks, Walmart grocery pickup.
Let's go.
5 times, and I thought games of the second loop was enough. Yeah, and it does, at least from loop to loop the first few times, the game does actually change a bit. I kind of stopped being able to tell how different it was after a while. It's really all just kind of blurred together.
Oh no! Highman and Sour Grapes have put some fences in the way. You can't go further. But I have an idea. Find enough keys to open the door. I'm sure the keys have been hidden in the level.
Yeah, I like the chicken quarters. I'll bake and grill those from time to time. I definitely like the price, but
Good! You did it! In the future, try to find as many keys as possible.
one moment.
Let's go!
Thank you for the coffee jelly. Welcome in, Kyle. Welcome in, Leo. Thank you for joining us. This is certainly a game. It's a game I'm super familiar with at this point. I've already played through it 4 times on stream. Thank you for the watch streak, Kyle. 3 streams. Looks like you got reset there one night, but very grateful how frequently you have joined us. Now, why are you playing it again? I'm playing it again because to fully complete this game, you have to do 5 loops. Every time you beat it, the difficulty increases. Every time you beat it, the difficulty increases for a total of 5 loops. And I want to fully complete it. So I gotta keep playing it. So we've done it, like, you know, it's been one of those where I put it on every now and then. I didn't put a priority rush on completing it. Yeah, we want the full experience. But tonight's the night. Tonight's the night. We just started the last loop. We're gonna see it all the way through. As long as the internet doesn't go out or anything wild like that. I mean, it doesn't. I mean, the difficulty is like it shouldn't. There really is no difficulty. Like you can't. You have no health. You have no lives. You can't die or anything. You can only be temporarily, mildly inconvenienced. Is the worst that can really happen to you. So difficulty isn't even the right word. Like its complexity increases on each loop. Like you have to use late game powers earlier in the game on additional loops, and you have to use them like more frequently, but that's really it. It's just slightly more complex. Oh, but I was saying about the chicken. I like the chicken quarters. I don't tend to pick them up a lot because the brand that my grocery carries doesn't do the greatest job of defeathering them. And I don't really like to do that myself. So I don't pick them up I don't pick them up all that frequently. For that reason. I usually just get the thighs. They do a better job with those. I forgot that platform was going to move into the foreground. Really biting my tongue since this is a children's game. This game is kind of alright. It's almost good. It's just, a version of this with like more polished gameplay could actually be a really good kids game, I think. It's just that it controls like pretty stiff and awkward, and there's a pretty big jank factor just throughout that makes it occasionally a little annoying. Are you feeling the pressure of maximum difficulty? Not yet. I think they're starting me off light, even on the last round. This scenario here is more complicated than we've seen. Come on. Alright, we got the last thing. That's all that matters. All the cool people are playing this game, Jelly says. I don't actually really hate this game, but it could have been a little better. I don't have enough magic. So Jelly is a children's librarian, and she leads programs for the kids. And one of those programs is a story time. And Jelly was doing a story time today, and she brought a puppet with her. And her puppet was this little pirate. And she introduced the pirate to the kids. And she said, this is the captain. He's captain. Well, he needs a name. What should we name the captain, kids? What should his name be? And one of the kids yelled out, Pirate! And Jelly said, oh, Pirate. Well, that's certainly an appropriate suggestion. Do we have any other suggestions? And another kid yelled out, Pirate! And Jelly said, well, okay, Captain Pirate he is. We'll go with that. Just, so we've been laughing about the font of creativity that is Captain Pirate all day long. I thought you were going to say they wanted to call him Captain. Well, he needs a name. Oh. I'm not judging. Welcome in. A pint will do. I think the joke's on us, too, because while on the surface, it's the least creative thing you could possibly do. It's secretly brilliant. They haven't quite grown their creative skills yet. Hey, Beller Jeff, welcome in. We've got some real gaming happening on the stream tonight, Jeff. Welcome to Strawberry Shortcake. This is the 5th playthrough. This is our 5th playthrough of Strawberry Shortcake on the stream. I was stuck there in the air for a moment. Let's see, there's a key down there yet. No, what are we playing today? This is Strawberry Shortcake, the Sweet Dreams game on PlayStation 2. And we actually played this. This is the game that we kicked off January this year with. We played this on day 1 in January. And we beat it the first night. Which usually means we're done. But when I beat this game, I discovered that it has a mechanic that every time you beat it, it unlocks a new level of difficulty. For a total of 5 difficulty loops. So, I vowed that I would, over time, complete all 5. And properly finish the entire game. And, slowly I've worked at it. We've thrown it on the stream, every now and then for the past couple months. And we're finally there tonight. We're on loop 5. We're gonna wrap it up. This obstacle here with the branching, with the split in 2 different directions in the path here is... I've seen this scenario in other levels. I don't think I've ever seen it on level 1 like this. So this is a very different level 1 than I'm used to. Pepto-Bismol River. I don't know if Pepto-Bismol can flow that fast. Isn't it kind of sludgy? I think that's the, I think that this river eventually flows into the sewers of New York. And, beneath the art museum where Vigo the Carpathian is located. That's what it looks like to me. Oh, bogus. The bouncing off the platform hurt me when I hit the ground. That's not something you want to see. What is inside of this cloud?
It's very beautiful. That's for your kindness.
I guess that was one of the gift boxes. I need to figure out what was going on. I missed a key. Oh no. There's another key somewhere. This really is difficulty level 5. Is it difficult? I mean, I missed it. Oh, there it is. I missed a collectible. I didn't get it first try, so it's at least that difficult. The thing is that, yeah, the game increases and it calls it difficulty, but it really should be called complexity because there's no way to fail in the game. There's no health, there's no lives. When you take damage, you're just mildly inconvenienced for a moment. Is really all that happens. But the level layout on each difficulty, the level layout does become more complicated and require more early use of late game power-ups and more like combined and frequent uses of power-ups. Your inventory up there on the right. I don't think I really don't like a bouncy platform that causes fall damage. The levels in this game are admittedly, like, kind of tedious. Because you move at a very slow pace. And the levels are very long.
This is wonderful. Thank you. I have something for you too.
We really could have stood to have unlocked a run button. At least after loop 1. That's probably the wrong perspective, though. I should probably appreciate the game's laid-back pacing. I'll argue against myself and say I don't deserve a run, but impatience shouldn't be rewarded. Imagine having to play a super stressful Strawberry Shortcake 5 times. I'd rather not imagine that, Cows. Your point is well taken. I guess that's something that could be said. I don't recall ever being stressed out by any of these Strawberry Shortcake games. They're very low stakes. I don't think any of the GBA games were stressful. Maybe that one, like, berry growing minigame was a little stressful. The, like, farming simulator, because I never even figured out how that works. I never understood the mechanics of it. I just got kind of lucky that we even beat that game. This game it needs is a Metroid Hunter. One of those, needs some of those Emmys. Yeah, it's gotta be a giant grasshopper to stay in the garden theme. It'll look like Number Johnny Five's brothers when they get their red eyes and activate their lasers. And they're in like evil mode. I believe someone describes him as a giant metal grasshopper at one point. Deep cuts, Frownie. I saw that movie at the theater with my mom. I love Short Circuit. The theater in the mall, I remember people smoking in the mall. I'm always, Jelly and I watch a lot of Columbo, and I'm always, it's always wild to see how frequently and how just how ubiquitous smoking was in the 70s. Everybody on that show is smoking 100% of the time. There's a part in one episode where a nurse tucks a patient into bed in the hospital and then sits down and starts reading a book and smoking a cigarette right there in the hospital. It's just everywhere. Hey, thank you for the wheel, Game and Fit. Welcome to the stream. And prepare for the heat. Raspberry Tiny Pie is back in business. In Japan, it's shocking how many restaurants and bars still allow smoking indoors. Alright, I think it's pretty much safe to stand here, so let's give it a spin. I think you could smoke in the mall all the way until the late 90s. I mean, I remember both of my parents smoked, and I remember them smoking in most places that we went when I was a kid. Nintendo, despite being family friendly, their headquarters smells like smoke 24/7, I hear, Game and Fit says. Smoking is a huge thing in Japanese culture, Kusarigama says. I still haven't replaced item number 1. Grandpa can blow smoke in a baby's face and nobody can say anything. I mean, I still think there's a lot of, like... There's a lot of people that might not necessarily say anything. Alright, on the wheel. Yeah, item number 1, I forgot, I still forgot to replace, so I've got to, I've got to respin if I land on that. And we land on it! Alright, number 4. 4 is kickin' garlic sauce. Oh, I like this one. It's not super hot, but it's kind of nostalgic for me. It tastes like, it is very garlicky. It reminds me of, there was a place that had, pulled pork, near where I grew up. And they had a dipping sauce they would serve with a pulled pork that reminds me of this kickin' garlic sauce. Hey, Mansta, welcome in. What do we eat the hot sauces on? Triscuit crackers. Just a plain wheat cracker. And I go with the Triscuit brand. Not a sponsor. Your space is popping. Thank you, Mansta. It's very chaotic and disorganized. I got piles of stuff on the floor I gotta walk around. My whole house is in disarray constantly. And, I'm always fighting the battle against the chaos, but I'm not good at focusing my efforts on one place, right? I know the best approach would just be to bring order to one space and work my way outward. But I just can't seem to do that. Instead, I tinker a little bit here, and a little bit here, and a little bit here, and nothing ever gets done. I've got a deadline. I've got to have the house pulled together by October, right? So maybe when I feel the weight of that deadline a little more, that'll probably move me. I do my best work under extreme time crunch. Because I do my only work under extreme time crunch. Alright, that's the last of this one, so we've got to respit a 4 as well. There it is. There's the kick. I thought it wasn't coming. Yeah, I like that one. I like that one. It's a very pleasant amount of heat. It's a very pleasant amount of heat. Unfortunately, it's all, like, concentrated in the back of my mouth. So it almost feels a little bit like acid indigestion, the way it's burning right now. Which is not pleasant. Or acid reflux. Ah, love me some Triscuits. Rosemary olive is my favorite. I haven't actually tried any of the other varieties. I've only stuck with the plain ones. I made the marinade for my chicken into barbecue gravy, EpiPen says. Right on. There's a lot of things in America that people think in other countries, that people in other countries think are weird. Oh yeah, I mean, you know, everyone to, you know, everyone does that to a degree. Deadline, yeah. Jelly and I have a baby on the way, man's to due in October. So I have a deadline. I have a sort of deadline to get my house like relatively safe and organized. Now looming over me. Every time I think there's something I can do to speed up the healing process, Game and Fit says, I keep getting the same answer. Do nothing, absolutely nothing. You know how hard it is to do nothing? I'm a doer. I do things. More like a lifeline. Well done. Well done, EpiPen. I only managed to sort out my guest room because I treated it like a Trading Spaces episode and forced myself to do the whole thing in a weekend. The rest of my house is at various states of finished, Cal says. I've got like quadrants of every room that are habitable. But then so much of the rest is just kind of disaster. Is that cloud ever coming back? No? Well, that timing worked out, luckily. Garlic and spicy, definitely a high acid combo. Queso Sin Queso from Hot Ones. It's the most unique in the pack. It's cheese flavored, but vegan technically. I don't know if I would like a cheese flavored sauce. I'm very weird about cheese. I'm very weird about cheese. I'm pretty sure all my friends think cardboard moving boxes are a decor choice, with as long as they've been hanging about. I couldn't defend myself against that accusation. all of my cardboard boxes are sourced from a liquor store too, so the longer I fail to unpack, the worse it appears my problem is. Run. It tastes kind of like it's made with Kraft mac and cheese powder. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to pass on that one, EpiPen. Mac and cheese is a food that I absolutely can't eat. I can't do any cheese and pasta combination. Can I get on top of that cloud? Does that come... That doesn't even come low enough. How is this supposed to work? Speaking of cheese, I got 10 slices of provolone. I opened it up today, and the remaining 5 pieces had mold on it. No. Check the expiration date, and it said best by October 2024. Do you open it for the first time today? I opened it a few days ago. I mean, a few days shouldn't be enough for mold. I don't know. The kind of cheese I get has like a best by date, but it also says to eat it within a week of opening it. Cheese is scary. Cheese is such a scary food. I have no idea how I'm supposed to get up there. Well, maybe I don't have to. Maybe there'll be a way to go back around. It may be scary, but it doesn't have anything on mayonnaise. Well, mayonnaise, I won't abide at all. Oxygen and cheese don't mix. They certainly don't. I think even if I had... No! Even if I had full magic, I don't think that that would... I don't think that would work out. This game seems pretty chill. It's an alright time. I can certainly think of worse games to have to play through 5 times. If you recall, I said that these levels take forever, and we're coming up on almost an hour, and we're still on level 1. That's what I'm supposed to do. I know what I did wrong now. It was easy. There's a simple mechanic, this fundamental part of the game that I just forgot I have. I did not complete Friday the 13th Game and Fit. I did way better than night 1, so I improved. But I certainly did not beat it. I got up to loop 3. I got up to loop 3 of Friday the 13th. But the thing is, I can't even damage Jason at all in loop 3. I haven't figured out how to hit him. I have what I think is a winning strategy otherwise. Like, I think I know how to win. I just have to figure out how to damage loop 3 Jason. In our last run, I threw 4 counselors against him and still didn't figure out how to hurt him, so it's pretty tough. But we've got a good shot. We've got a good shot now. I'm really confident that I'm going to be able to beat it one of these nights. Hopefully next week. Hopefully we'll complete Pugsley and Friday the 13th next week, and we'll have so much freedom with our schedule. I have so much room to put more trash games on the schedule. I've got some good summertime games I'm looking to play before the month is out. And by good summertime games, I mean they're summer themed. I think that they'll be complete trash. Looking forward to seeing you beat that game. I think we're going to do it. Jank of July is coming up soon. We usually do a Jank marathon in July as well. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard to decide what to play. The Mega Man DOS. I don't have a DOS console, Jeff. You gotta keep in mind, I'm a console guy. I wouldn't mind playing some low quality Mega Man games. What do you play that's not jank? Good question. See, that's the thing. The jank marathons are all they're all a facade on the one hand, because they're really just an excuse to do the same thing I always do. Like whenever I say, oh, this month's special because it's all jank, it's like, that's just, that's the secret, is that it's just all propaganda. It's always heavily jank on the schedule. Hey, Direwolf, welcome in. Welcome to Strawberry Shortcake. A final night of Strawberry Shortcake, a game I've worked on for a long time. Off and on, of course.
Great! I was sure everything would be alright. We really are very good sailors.
Playing Mario 1 a week ago, I got really mad at the game Input says. Maybe I do need to take a half a year break from games to reset my attitude toward them. Well, from personal experience, I could recommend trying to do a family-friendly live stream. That's pretty good motivation to control how you react to frustrating games, in my experience.
Phew! Here you are. Let's go to Dreamtown.
Can I justify buying the same game more than once to be able to play on different platforms? I mean, I think most of us have done that. I've certainly got a few games I own on several different platforms. I add 10 minutes to the stream every time I say a no-no word. It'll be a 72-hour stream. Thank you for the lurk, Human. Hope you have a fantastic evening. Very much appreciate a lurk. Game if it says Switch and home console, yeah, PlayStation, Xbox per se, there's really not much of a point. Yeah, if I duplicate a game, it's usually because I can't really say that because I duplicate things just to do it because I collect so much. But ideally I want if I'm collecting something, there needs to be a significant difference in the versions, or it either needs to be a significantly different version of the game or on a significantly different platform. Like, yeah, something portable. Versus something tethered to the TV. This game is so bubbly, I'm gonna have nightmares. It's actually pretty remarkable. It's actually pretty remarkable that this game has 5 unique loops. And, like, the thing is, like, the loops aren't so different as to feel like a completely different game, of course. Like, you are going through the same levels, the same environments, the same order, but the obstacles are remixed every time, and like it's a shocking amount of replay value. It's actually a shocking amount of replay value for a game of this, like, you know, like licensed game tier. That moving platform is such a hassle. You'd expect it to be a help, but it's such a hassle. Finally. If you buy the game for the achievements, I'd recommend getting the second version on a big sale, like 80% off, Game & Fit says. I'm not super happy with how I had to buy Mario Kart 8 on Switch, even though I owned it on the Wii U. Both were digital copies. Not cool, Nintendo, EpiPen says. Yeah, that's a bit of a rougher one. I actually had Mario Kart 8 on the Wii U, but I never played it. I never played it until I got the Switch version. I don't know why. It came a digital copy came pre-installed on my Wii U. But I don't think I ever even booted it up. And I like Mario Kart, but I never made any time to check that out. I did play it quite a bit on the Switch, though, when it came out. For that. I don't really feel burned since it was like, I don't really feel that burned since it was the pack-in title for my Wii U. Like, I don't feel like I spent any money on it, and I certainly feel like I got my money's worth of it on the Switch. But had I bought it separately and played it a lot on each, I would probably feel a bit burnt. One of my sisters is very good at Mario Kart. She unlocks everything for us. I love playing, but I'm not nearly good enough to get all the unlocks, Cal says. So I don't think I unlocked everything in Mario Kart 8. I think I could. It would probably take me quite a bit of time, though. I'm pretty decent at Mario Kart against the computer. I'm pretty terrible at Mario Kart against other people. Gotta read the small print. I haven't seen half the new courses. I put 500 hours into that game. I was looking forward to getting all the gold trophies on the DLC races, Game and Fit says. It was a pack-in title for my Wii U too. I bought the DLC for it. They gave many games in the Wii U store that are available for Switch. Why they didn't transfer your purchases is pretty lame. Yeah. I haven't really participated very much in the last few console generations, so I don't even know what is like. I don't even know what is standard in that regard. Like when you move from one of the like PlayStations or Xboxes to a new one, like does all of your digital stuff carry over on those consoles? I can't stop bouncing. My frog power won't wear off, and I can't find any more magic. I've been running a long time. There we go. That's a long time to run with no magic. Can't leave that behind. Why didn't the Wii U sell much? Probably a lot of reasons. I think a big issue was that people couldn't tell the difference between it and the original Wii. I like the bonus music, Game and Fit says. You are getting a Steam Deck next time? I thought the Steam Deck might be a worthwhile investment. I'm not in a rush to get one, but I could see picking one up at some point. If they keep making them. Steam Deck seem to have ironed out their bugs and are pretty popular from what I hear. The thing is, like, in my situation though, the only new games that I'm ever really interested in are tend to be indie games or first party Nintendo games. And like nothing else, like I don't care about anything else. So the thing is with getting something like a Steam Deck, it really doesn't have a whole lot of use for me because I'm not going to suddenly like buy and play like whatever games just came out in current year. Like all it would be is basically an indie games machine, which a lot of those come to the Switch anyway, so like a lot of, so as long as a lot of good indie titles are still coming to Nintendo's hardware, I'm already gonna have that for their latest releases, so getting anything else, like switching to any other platform just doesn't really make sense for me. If you care about modern stuff, like I don't, though, then I think it's pretty hard to argue against having a decent PC just being the best thing to do. Yeah, but I don't know if I'm going to buy so many indie titles that the savings from moving to the Steam Deck covers the cost of the purchase. Because even though I said, like those are some of the only things I'm interested in, I still don't play them at a hugely heavy rate. I'm a retro guy. I like ancient games on ancient hardware. None of the other stuff captures me. Steam Deck's good if you're on the move all the time. That I'm certainly not. I like the idea, like I am drawn to it because I do like the idea of something that sort of consoleizes Steam. Which I know is a worse way to use it, right? I know that PCs give you more, like, versatility and freedom and all that, but I've got decades of training that have adapted me to the simplicity of the console box, right? And like I'm not gonna change my spots and suddenly be okay, like suddenly be comfortable with all the complexities that a PC puts in front of me. I'm too entrenched. I'm too entrenched from decades of just plug gaming box, plug box into TV, and not do anything else. Hey Persephone, welcome in. Yeah, the potential of the Steam Deck as an emulation device for consoles I don't own is a significant draw. A laptop can do the same thing but better, Kusarigama says. And that's another thing too, is yeah, I have thought just if I want a computer, like if I want a general emulation device, that a second laptop might a laptop's not a mobile device? I don't know about that, Persephone. I mean, I agree they're bigger and bulkier than a Steam Deck, but isn't the whole point of a laptop its portability? It sits on top. It sits on top of your lap, and I don't know about you, but I tend to take my lap with me everywhere I go. I have an AYN Odin 2. It's an Android device. It's strong enough to emulate some Switch titles. I don't think I've heard about this. Steam Deck doesn't handle the mouse aspect very well. It's a touchpad and it works. It'd take a lot of getting used to. Yeah, I don't really want to game with a mouse either, though. No, you can use controllers with Steam. I could maybe... I don't think I could ever convert to, I don't think I could ever convert to mouse and keyboard. I could maybe convert to a system that's like half a controller and a trackball. Maybe. But I just don't think I could do mouse and keyboard. I wouldn't be able to sit the way I sit currently. Welcome in, Loyal. I somehow lost my 20 stream streak. Loyal's on a 3 stream streak. Well, thank you. Thank you, Loyal. I'm sorry that you appear to have been robbed of your streak. That's, you're not the first person that's happened to. I appreciate you popping in to join us regularly, though. Yeah, Zergling was at 97 streams and his streak reset. And he didn't miss a stream. I can verify he didn't miss a stream. Laptops are not the 21-pound toasters that I had in college anymore. We had one of those primitive laptops when I was young. We had an old DOS laptop, and it was a giant beige monstrosity. I feel like I feel like it had to. I feel like it had to have weighed 40 pounds. It was so heavy. It was so heavy, and when you attach the battery pack, it probably weighed 80. It was a gigantic beast of a thing. All we ever used it for, it was just all it was a super fancy typewriter. Because that's literally the only thing I used it for was the word processor. This was a homework device. Now I can complain about it and tell stories about it forever, so I have that, Zergling says. Every cloud is a silver lining. You can emulate a lot of systems on some pretty bad computers. Speak for yourself. I leave my lap at home when I go out, Jeff says. Beller Jeff is a civilized man. I have a Retroid 2 Plus, easily my favorite gaming device, despite having a computer. Used to have one, Jeff says. I don't know that I know what those are. I'd have to take a look. I prefer the Switch when it comes to portability, but I will admit the Switch doesn't have the library or the power that a Steam Deck has. It does have simplicity, though, and that's what I value. I'm super excited for the Switch 2, Jeff says. I'm ready to abandon the original Switch hardware. I'm not. The Switch, I look at the approach of the Switch 2 like Judgment Day. I would be happy to use the Switch 1 for another 10 years. All the release of the Switch 2 is like it's like getting an unexpected medical bill in the mail. Yeah, because I don't care about the more power, Jeff. Look at the kind of games I play all the time. They're all pixels and low polygon count. Like, I don't care about the more power. I care about my wallet. I do. That's why I have to buy it, Jeff, because the next Zelda and the next Mario. That's why I have to buy it. That's why it's a bill. That's why it's mandatory. If the new Zelda came out though, and it looked like Link's Awakening on the Game Boy Color, and the new Mario came out and looked like Mario Brothers 3, I wouldn't complain a word. I've been over Mario since Mario 64 for the most part, EpiPen says. Yeah, I still like my Mario games. They have stuff on Amazon that says like 10,000 emulated games from all sorts of different consoles. I have no idea if any of them are worth it, Game and Fit says. 10,000 video games included, Cow says. Would that be a fun project for the stream? We buy a 10,000 video games included and try to get through them all, because 50 video games has taken me 2 years. Odyssey is amazing, one of the best games on Switch. Mario Odyssey is pretty good. I wasn't, I didn't love everything about it, but I don't have any real major complaints. I think I actually might have liked the game more without the capture mechanic, though. I found myself all the time accidentally capturing enemies that I didn't want to. Had you still had the other hat throw mechanics, like the jumping off the hat or like throwing the hat to do damage, I think would have been nice, but the capture mechanic was sometimes I could have lived without it. Mario 64 Mario RPG is where Mario stops for me, Kusarigama says. I haven't done Mario RPG. I really like Paper Mario, though. I thought Mario 64 and N64 as a whole is pretty overrated. It has shining moments. I like Paper Mario and Thousand Year Door more than RPG. Yeah, so I've only done Paper Mario. I want to do both of those other two.
Be careful. The crystals seem to be surrounded by strange clouds. You better not touch them.
I'm pretty sure I think I rented Mario RPG when I was a kid. It's one of those that's difficult though, like I'm positive I rented it, but I don't know how far I got. And it's one of those games where I've seen more of it than I've played. So I can't go into it like, while I don't know it very well, I'm not super blind either because I've seen a fair amount of stuff from the game. But I don't know what I have actually played, what percentage of it I've actually played, and where I've just seen things from the game. I had the same problem with Castlevania 2. Like, I knew stuff from the game, and I think I played it at one point. But I don't remember what I actually played and what I just saw. Are these ever gonna move? My goodness. Mace the Dark Age sounds awesome. Never heard of it. GoldenEye and Mace the Dark Age. The pinnacle of the N64. I've never played Mace. I actually didn't play much GoldenEye either. I loved Perfect Dark though. Rented GoldenEye and beat it. Never knew that people were having all-out cage matches. Played Paper Mario on something. Don't remember if it was the Wii. Really enjoyed it. When I first played Mario 64, I didn't even complete the first level. I said the controls are garbage, and I didn't beat it until I got the Switch. Now I love it. I think the pinnacle of the Nintendo 64 for me is Castlevania, with probably the Banjo games being a close second. This isn't possible. This isn't possible. The opening never actually opens. What is the game doing? I just have to break my way in.
Fantastic! This is great! You did it!
If the Switch got the Castlevania 64, the Switch Online would be so cool. I wouldn't get my hopes up too high for that one. I, of course, think it should be there, but I don't think it ever will be. Marathon Infinity. A difficult choice to make. Should I spend the $80 and continue my Switch Online streak in October, or do I not buy into it and lose my streak? That choice is tougher than my first starter Pokemon. Well, I never upgraded to the expansion myself. I just do the regular, just the basic online service. But I'm in the position where I own most of the good stuff out of those libraries physically, like, already, so.
Wonderful! You did it! Now, go quickly through the rainbow and find the giant butterflies. You'll need their help to reach the Dream Factory.
If I didn't, I probably would have subscribed to it and got a ton of use out of it. I bought Pokemon Blue, and my first starter Pokemon was Charmander. And my friend in middle school, we were in middle school? Yeah. Bought Pokemon Red, and his starter was Squirtle. We went with the opposite colors, and then our starter Pokemons were the ones that were on the cover art for each other's game.
You'll need their help to reach the Dream Factory.
Eventually.
Let's go!
Charmander's a great pick. You don't get a fire Pokemon until like level 50 in those games. I just liked the design of Charizard the best.
Look at the airstream! By getting a star, it seems to have gotten stronger. Find 2 other stars and you'll be able to go higher.
Bulbasaur number 1, Kusarigama says. I don't remember what my starter from gold was because I never used whatever I picked. For any significant amount of time. I picked the grass type Pokemon when I tried to play through Pokemon Platinum. That was, I think, Chikorita? Something like that. And I picked the water type Pokemon when we played Pokemon Arceus. I don't remember what its name was. I remember it's the water type, but I picked him because he had a frowny face. Oshawott, I think. Something like that. I jumped way too early. The penguin, the owl, and the sloth, I think? These characters look like Gerber babies. I mean, Cabbage Patch Kids. That makes a little more sense to me.
sweet dream.
What? Defeating that bush made a pillow appear. That's a weird sentence. Imagine explaining that to a psych evaluator. We still didn't make it. Oh, well, finally. Maybe we'll make it this time now that the camera is at an appropriate angle. Oh no, that's not the right place. Never mind. The camera's not at an appropriate angle. I can't make this jump. My goodness. I'm gonna say mini GG on that one. That was a long gap while the music reset. And we had to wait for the tape to rewind. I missed a key? How is that possible? Where could it be? That was excellent timing. There it is. Wow, that's tricky. That's really tricky. This game is not for the faint of heart. They'll hide things anywhere. Thank goodness. These platforms are too treacherously spaced. I do believe we are still not even halfway through this level. This game takes forever. It doesn't have that many. The thing is, like, it doesn't have that many levels, but they're so gigantic, these levels, that it feels like it just goes on and on and on. There's nothing to, like, break up the different areas of the level so you feel like you're making progress. And actually, there's really only 3 levels in the game. It's just that you play them in reverse, too, is what makes it so long. Because I don't really count the little mini games in between the levels, like the butterfly or the pirate ship.
Thanks. I love the gifts. I have some seeds for you.
I wonder what flavor these lollipops are. Probably strawberry banana. Maybe butterscotch and pink lemonade. How's that for a combination? Oh, had the wrong item selected. Yeah, you can't die in this game, Game and Fit. You can't take damage and you can't die. When you take a hit, you drop a few candies sometimes.
Thank you. I have something for you.
Here, a few, I think they're actually seeds. The collectibles. But they're meaningless. The coins are meaningless because I bought everything in the shop on our first loop. So the coins have been meaningless for the last 3 playthroughs and are meaningless on this one as well. I still collect them because they're there, but really they only exist to slow me down. This playthrough would probably be twice as fast if I didn't obsessively collect everything on the screen. Sounds like my favorite. Wario Land 2 and 3, Loyal says. Can't die. I love Wario Land 2. I'm not really crazy about Wario Land 3. It's not a bad game, but it was a step for me. It was a step back from Wario Land 2, so I didn't enjoy it as much. Can't. I'm the same way. Can't let a collectible get away from me. Enemies too. I have to beat them all. Yeah, I mean, I'm not the most. I'm not as obsessive as I could possibly be all the time, but I'm pretty thorough. I'm pretty thorough when well, with pretty much anything we play. I used to be very much the opposite too. I remember when I was a kid, I would play Mario games with my dad, and we would take turns, and it would drive me crazy how he would spend so much time going out of his way to collect coins. It would drive me absolutely bananas. And now I have grown up and become him.
Great! A second star!
My dad was the same way. He told me I missed 2 gold coins in Skyrim hiding in some corner in a dungeon. He memorized where they were. Well, my magic meter just doesn't stay full enough. The where's the cloud? I've got obstacles I have to defeat, game. Well, this is bad design. I have to back out of this area to go get some more magic. I've never seen the likes of it. And I think, well, maybe not. was worried that those obstacles might respawn, but I don't think that they do. There's something satisfying about getting everything in a game. Yeah, I don't know if I could pinpoint when that changed in me. How? I have to go back again? This is the worst. 0 out of 10. Like, I know when I was young, when I had the N64 and it was new, like, I know I didn't 100% a lot of those games. Like, Banjo-Kazooie, I didn't 100%. I did 100% Mario 64. But that was probably mostly because I had a guide for it. Shock and horror, right? Imagine the thought of me using a guide. That'll be fair. We did recently. I had to look something up for Jet Force Gemini. That game broke me. But I put in my time. I put in my time before I gave up. That's for sure. I definitely gave it an unreasonable amount of hours. Some games don't reward the player well enough for completing it. Ocarina of Time, instead of getting 100 rupees whenever for 100 Skulltulas. How about a magic bow that never runs out of magic? Be great to fight Ganondorf with. That could be pretty alright. That's not a bad idea. I never 100%ed any of... I've never 100%ed a Zelda game. Hey, Christian Cool. Thank you for the lurk. I like Zelda games a lot, but I don't know. I just can't... I can't find the drive in me to 100% any of them. Hmm. 500 hours is a reasonable amount of time. I know I 100%ed Yoshi's Island. That was a rare exception when I did that. I don't know. I've definitely 100%ed more games since doing the stream than I ever did off stream. I 100%ed Captain Toad. I did that one. That was like the last game that I finished before I started streaming. And boy, I wish I had streamed that game. I wish I'd done that one on stream because Captain Toad gets brutal at the end. There's a difficulty spike that, like, it's an express elevator to the moon, that game. You're really skilled at this shortcake game. Am I, though? I hate to argue with a compliment, but... Can't remember if I 100%ed Majora's Mask. We got all the masks. I didn't 100% it, but I did get all the masks. Shockingly, I got all the masks. Because I really thought I was gonna have to look stuff up for that game, and I just got real lucky. You can beat it without getting all the masks. You can beat it without 100% masks. But we didn't get like all the heart pieces and every other like little thing that you can get. So punishing if you miss a sequence during the mask hunting. You have to do it all over again. Yeah, it's pretty rough when you have to restart. There's a couple, like, really long sequences we had to do a few times. For sure. I don't mind it, though. I like the time travel mechanic enough that, like, I don't get annoyed by its drawbacks. I don't deny that they're there, but they're kind of a necessary consequence of the time travel, and I think they're worth it because I like the concept.
Let's go.
I love the game. Yeah. It's really good.
Fantastic! Excellent! Super duper! Here is the last star.
Maybe I just didn't consider the ending without all the masks beating it. The lover's mask, yeah, to reunite, Anju and Cafe, yeah. Oh, that's a tough sequence. We had to do that a few times.
Let's go.
There was a streamer that's doing a 100% run on Majora's Mask, and right at the end, he fell asleep. People were donating money, trying to wake him up, but he was out. Oh no. I hope I never fall asleep on the stream. Oh, cows, thank you for the palms. Some of these games with long cutscenes, I feel like I might fall asleep on the stream some night. I know I've said this a bazillion times during this game, but I really appreciate the aesthetics. I would love to live in any of these levels, Cal says. My favorite level, aesthetically, I think is the last one. I think this one looks good too. I like the dream world. But I think the last level's my favorite. Finally, we're out of this one. If you don't get the real ending for a game, you don't beat it. I usually have that same feeling, EpiPen. I don't remember... I don't remember what the ending of Majora's Mask without all the masks is like. So I didn't know it was actually a different ending. But we definitely picked them all up. A troll ending is not a real ending. Yeah, I mean... I usually always want to go for the true when there is like, you know, when there is like It's sort of a casual ending and a true ending. I usually always want to go for the true ending. It's hard to, like... There's not, like, a one-size-fits-all with that, though, because a lot of games have different rules for, like, what constitutes, like, their true ending, or... Like, sometimes completion's mandatory, sometimes it's not, like... But yeah, I usually always want the best ending that is available. And when they don't tell you, and it's like, thanks for playing on normal difficulty, now play on hard for the real difficulty, you get the real ending. Oh yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that. I get annoyed when the true ending is not available via the default difficulty. I'm alright with the game. I'm alright taking the true ending away when you lower the difficulty. But I don't like it being withheld from me on the default difficulty. Like, if you want me to play the game on hard, then make hard the default difficulty. And I'll do it. I heard Nintendo patched a bunch of bugs in Majora's Mask, then introduced new ones, so there's no version without bugs. I mean, you need those bugs. You collect them in a bottle to get rupees out of the ground in a lot of places. I like cheating on games, but modern games disable all kinds of achievements or possible real endings if you put in a code. I'm alright with them doing that too. Did we play as Ginger Snap? I don't remember which character we just were. I'm not paying much attention.
The Dream Factory is just behind these mountains.
Turok 2, if at any point you use a cheat code, it locks you from getting the ending. Modern games will tell you now if you won't see the ending if you play on easy mode. I remember I rented Turok 2 when I was young, and I was super impressed. I remember being super impressed by Turok 2. I thought that it was a really just kind of just visually stunning game. It was one of the most it was one of, if not the most stunning games that I'd seen up to that point. Thought the weapons in Turok 2 were amazing. I didn't play a whole lot of it. I don't think I could even beat the first level when I rented it.
This factory is gigantic. I hope you'll find the engine room.
I had Turok 1 as well. I owned that one, though. I didn't rent that. I owned it. And I could make it to about World 3 or 4. But I was real bad at it. I was always running out of resources. And of course, finding your way through all that fog is just like impossible. Turok 1 is so foggy. It's so foggy. It makes Silent Hill look like Mario Sunshine. Been an ongoing controversy about whether or not Souls games should have an easy mode. Even though I almost always select the easy option, I disagree. I think they're built perfectly the way they are. Some say they should make easy mode the hard mode just to throw new players off. You can summon for bosses and grind levels. On my playthrough of Dark Souls, I never learned about summoning. Your Dark Souls run was legendary. It was a good time. It was a really good time. There's always some overpowered weapon, unless you make all weapons trash. I sense spoilers afoot. Yeah. I played more than half of the game with the egg on my head, and I didn't even know what it was doing to me. I didn't even know it was stealing my souls until long after I got rid of it. Even when I got rid of it, the thing was, hey Tuesday, welcome in, happy Tuesday. Even when I got rid of the parasite from my head, I had the treasure chest hat in my inventory. And so the first thing I did was try out the treasure chest hat, and I was like, oh, this gives you a whole lot more souls. This is great. And the treasure chest does increase the amount of souls you get, but they were really being increased because I lost the parasite. I just didn't realize that. No, I never figured out the painting game and fit. I never figured out the painting. We'll have to save that for a revisit. I'm up for playing Dark Souls 1 again someday. I did get the egg off my head. Yeah, I found the item that takes the egg off your head. No, I haven't played any of the other ones. I'm going to do Dark Souls 2 this year. And hopefully soon. Hopefully in the late summer, early fall. August or September. I think we're going to do Dark Souls 2. And I'm going to try to do it the same as 1. I'm gonna have the internet disabled, I'm gonna have the notes turned off, and I'm gonna try and do it blind. As someone who's daunted to play Dark Souls because of its difficulty, I'm tempted to try 3 because of the vibe. I'll absolutely be here for that. You're gonna have I'm gonna watch your playthrough and have to fight the urge to play myself. I got some HDMI cords. I got an HDMI cord for the PlayStation 3, so I can finally hook it up. I was debating whether or not I just hooked my PS3 up with composite cables. I could do that. I can play through on composite, but I won't be able to read any of the text if I do. And I mean, I don't like to read anyway, but at some point I cross a line where I'm deliberately tying my hands behind my back, right? And playing a high definition game and standard definition might be doing that. No, we did Dark Souls 1 on the Switch. So that was on the flat screen. Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1 and 2 are the easier games. Gameplay's slow and methodical. 3 is brutal. Use the Bloodborne engine. Everything changed after that engine was made. Relentless, merciless, brutal. But every Souls game is doable. I watched the VOD of that one just for the laughs. This takes patience more than anything. I didn't think Dark Souls. So Dark Souls 1, the only one I've played. I didn't really think that it was that impossibly difficult. I don't recall ever feeling completely hopeless during that playthrough, and I don't like. I mean, I never had a good handle on the like the weapons mechanics. I never learned to dodge or to roll properly. But I still, like, I never, like, there was only one instance where I had to stop somewhere and, like, level grind. Part of that was because the way I was playing it, I got lost and had to spend nights exploring. And so there was a lot of, like, unintentional level grinding as a result of not knowing how to make progress. But there's only one boss where I was like, the only way I'm going to defeat this boss is if I go and grind some extra levels. Like, everything else, like, I managed to overcome pretty much every challenge, just eventually through practice. As I recall. You know, it's been a long time since I played, so I could be glossing over some stuff. Yes, Ornstein and Smo was the bow only. It took about an hour. It took like 50 minutes to take down Ornstein and Smo on the successful attempt. The successful attempt was about a 50-minute fight. That still makes me laugh so hard. Well, that's the best part of my extreme blind policy is sometimes your first runs turn into accidental challenge runs. When you play games like I do, sometimes that happens, and that's like my favorite thing. That's why I'm such a monster who wants to silence everyone all the time. Because of what I do, stuff like that sometimes happens. And we have a miserable struggle that leads to an amazing victory, and then I have a story to tell forever. And people do that as challenge runs. Frownie did his first playthrough. No, it didn't take 2 hours. It surely didn't take 2 hours. It did take tons of bolts, though. I think I had about 150 bolts every time I went into the thing. I remember Frownie getting frustrated, and he's like, okay, I've had enough. Time to pull out the big guns, and equips the weakest crossbow in the game. I love video games. I can't wait for Dark Souls 2. Very soon, very soon. If I had a wife and she was having a baby, I would be like, I'm sorry, babe, Frownie is streaming Dark Souls 2. Put me on FaceTime. I thought this game took about 4 hours to play through, and we're coming up nearly to hour 3, and I'm not even halfway through the game. Quick.
This is wonderful. Thank you. I have something for you too. Uh-oh, the engine seems to be broken. Some gears are missing. I bet the pie man did this. Find enough keys to open the door. I'm sure the keys have been hidden in the level.
Okay. I had the wrong thing equipped. I also appreciate the music a lot, Cal says. This music has a very, like, 90s PBS vibe to me. I feel like I'm on my way to Sesame Street during this song. I need to live in a Strawberry Shortcake game. I set the strawberry moving to turn that switch off, and then, like, just before, like, I still ran into the obstacle that the switch is supposed to turn off. It's just... There's just... I don't have a single thought in my empty head. Both the theme song to the 80s Strawberry Shortcake cartoon begins the same way as the theme to SpongeBob SquarePants, by asking who could it be who lives inside of a house made of fruit. What is going on? Does that show up in the capture? What is that yellow laser beam firing from the background? I think it's just a graphical error. It looks very weird. Oh, it's gone. I called it out and it disappeared. Pew pew. Okay, you saw it too. I'm glad it picked up. The tornado is one of the most fearsome obstacles in the game. Don't underestimate it. The song also sounds a little bit like the title track to Pilot Wings 64, I think. Maybe I wouldn't think that if I heard them side by side, but it sounds like my memory of it. No! I just talked about how ruthless the tornado is. Did that count? Did we collect that key or have to grab it again? We didn't get it. No! Okay, apparently we have to go back for it. No! This is impossible. That is not a good way to have to go about getting that key. A cookie that shatters this easily when we jump on it is definitely overcooked, right? Like, I feel like this has got to be a very dry and unsatisfying cookie. Alright, this is the final boss of the game. It's time. Well, the thing about that, this is the final boss, but this game has a more prolonged falling action than the Lord of the Rings. After you defeat the final boss, you have to go through the entire game in reverse.
This engine can build dreams. It's fantastic. By collecting the good elements, we should be able to build a dream. But be careful. There are also bad dreams. Don't touch them.
You don't actually have to capture the falling objects, you just have to bump into them. And it's fine to miss as many as you want. As long as you don't hit the storm clouds, you're A-okay. Why did it go, oops, all storm clouds? Last guy, let's go. Hey Sark, welcome in. How many loops are there now? There are 5 loops, Sark. We're on loop number 5. This should be the final one. We just defeated the final boss too, but now we have to go through the whole game in reverse. Thank goodness. How did Mega Man 5 how did Mega Man 5 go, Sark? Have you badged that one yet? You said it was pretty rough the other day, worse than the other Mega Man X games, at least.
It's time to leave the factory now. If only we had a car. We could get out of here quickly.
The minimalist achievements are going to be rough. So that's like Buster only type stuff. No E-tanks, no boss weapons, I guess. No health upgrades, basic armor, Buster only. Okay, yeah. I wish you luck, sir. I know if there's someone to do it. It's you. I've only done one Mega Man game Buster only so far, and that's Mega Man 1 on the NES. I'm so unfamiliar with the series. I've done 5 of the 6 NES games, but most of them I've only played one time. Mega Man 1 is the exception. I played through Mega Man 1 a lot. That's my favorite one. But it's probably my favorite out of familiarity. I don't know, it's kind of a cycle. Because it's the one I play the most, it's my favorite. And because it's my favorite, it's the one I play the most. But I've done that one Buster only. I'd like to do them all. I'd like to do them all Buster only. I imagine most of them are probably not that bad. But I need to become more familiar with Mega Man in general. I've never beaten any Mega Man games. Closest I've come to is beating Mega Man 2. So you've come close to beating Mega Man 2? But not even that one, if I understood that correctly. My mistake. You can use boss weapons, but no health upgrades means I'm dead in 1 to 2 hits against. So virtually damageless. Hey, Pink Scully, welcome in. Yeah, this is Strawberry Shortcake. This is actually my 5th time playing through this game on the stream. In January, I did a little mini marathon of Strawberry Shortcake games, We played 5 different ones, and this was the first one. And I beat it on the very first night. And I discovered when I beat it that to complete the whole game, you're supposed to loop through it 5 times. So I promised that night that I would complete all 5 loops, and I would properly, completely finish Strawberry Shortcake. And we've worked on it every now and then, and tonight is the last night. Tonight is loop 5. So as long as I don't get hit with a surprise loop 6, we're done with it tonight. The other Strawberry Shortcake games we did, there was one on the Atari 2600, which was really really a stretch to even consider it a video game. The 2600 game is just it's like a, I don't even know. It's like a card matching game, but it's like a sandbox. There's no goals, there's no rules. You just play around and do whatever you want basically in that game. There's no real there's no clear objectives or win conditions. It's a mess. And the Game Boy, and then we played 3 Game Boy Advance games, and the Game Boy Advance games are all very mediocre platformers for the most part. Well, 2 of them were platformers. They're kind of like platforming adventure games, and the third one was like a collection of mini games. None of those are very memorable. This is the best. This is the best Strawberry Shortcake game. It's kind of a mediocre platformer, but it's the best of what there is, I think. Made it to the Wily stage where you have to shoot the non-moving projectile shooters with bombs or something. Always run out of bombs. Yeah, I know the part you're talking about. There's a pretty particular way you have to do that. Is this based on the one Strawberry Shortcake dreaming movie? I forgot the name. It's about dreams and sleeping. I think so, Pink Scully. Because this is called the Sweet Dreams game, and they talk about that at the beginning. No one can dream because the dream factory has been taken over, is the plot. It's set in the best Strawberry Shortcake movie, so that makes sense. I'm not very familiar with the franchise. I really only know the video games. I'll have to defer to your expertise on what the best incarnations are. I don't know that I've ever seen any Strawberry Shortcake media. I don't recall ever catching the cartoon or anything. That's it. I watched most of the shows and movies as a kid. Being able to play Castlevania and Mega Man again makes the break worth it, Game If It says. I'm going to have to play Donkey Kong 91 for a while, and myself desensitized to losing again. So I was thinking, you know, I'm not really the target demographic for the Strawberry Shortcake media, I don't believe, but I have a younger sister, and so like I was kind of like, I guess I maybe a little surprised that I don't recall her ever getting into anything Strawberry Shortcake. She did really like my sister did really like Rainbow Bright for a while, so I kind of think of that as being like maybe similar to Strawberry Shortcake. That's probably the closest property I can think of that I actually have watched some of. I've never looked to see if there are any Rainbow Bright video games though. There's probably not, but if there are, I'll play them. We needed gears again? I didn't even know I was looking for gears. There's a homebrew. I think it's a Zelda hack, Baron Metz says. Welcome in, Metz. A homebrew. Might be as close as I can get. Oh. I didn't start making Strawberry Shortcake for a while. She might have been too young to have watched the 2015-ish version. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, she, if it came out around 2015, she would have been too old to be interested in it. But I think she probably just fell right into that gap. Because she would have been in her early teens around then. Or wait, 2015? No, she would have been way older than that. I was thinking 2005. Yeah, she would have been way too old for it in 2015. There's a Barbie game that has a cool soundtrack. I forget what it's called, but you ride a horse in isometric view on the Game Boy Advance, Beller Jeff. Are you talking about Barbie Blue Ribbon Races? Is that the game? That might be the game. But the thing about that game is, are you really into experimental jazz, Jeff? The soundtrack to that game sounds like someone threw their wind chimes down a staircase. Yes, that's my vibe. The title screen to that game is like super disturbing too. It's just a horse walking slowly across the screen while this like unsettling music plays. Yeah, we played that one. We did that one on the stream though. David Lynch-esque. There are multiple versions. There's a 95 version, and then they made the new version until like 2015 and then stopped for a while. Picked up in 2022, I think. You have all the intel. Yeah, I think my sister just fell in that gap where, well, she would have if she were to get into it, it would have had to have been the 80s one, and like through like video rental or something like that, and it just wasn't available, I guess, at our store. I really love Strawberry Shortcake and My Little Pony as a kid. I know a lot about them both. Ah. I never noticed that these mixers in the background look like they have faces. They appear to be alive and not altogether happy. I never took a good look at them before. They look kind of like chefs. Yeah, the shape of their head slash body gives the impression of a chef. Yeah. They are. The prototype SNES Barbie game isn't too bad. I got my niece to play it. She had decent fun with it. Barbie on the NES breaks your spirit. I've thought about it. I've thought about doing some Barbie games. There's a PlayStation 1 Barbie game that I really want to play called Barbie Explorer. That looks like Barbie Tomb Raider. I want to try and find a copy of that game someday. I watched a little bit of Shadow Archon playing that one, and it looks bad enough to go out of my way for it. Hey, Bacon Praline, welcome in. I remember watching the original My Little Pony. The bad guys always died, like in Johnny Quest. Crushed here, fell in lava there, exploded over there. Wow. Oh no, I remember this obstacle. Oh no, I'm not prepared. It's different this time. There were more platforms last time. This version is actually easier. Because it's more obvious what to do. I struggled with this one last time. I got stuck here for a little while. A lot of family-friendly movies, the bad guy always falls in their own trap. The hero didn't do anything to contribute to their death. My favorite My Little Pony is Generation 3. Felt more chill than every other one. 3 is before Friendship is Magic, the really popular one that most people know. And I'm gonna let you down there too. My Little Pony experience is basically zero. My sister did have some of the toys. So, I don't remember her ever watching the show. She probably did, but I don't remember ever watching it with her. But she had My Little Pony toys. And I love it enough for 10 people. I grew up with Gen 2 My Little Pony, Cow says. My knowledge outside of that is pretty limited. When they killed off Applejack, there was a huge uproar. Oh my goodness. Villains dying off, heroes dying off. Things get real. Things get real in the land of Equestria. I'm listening to Barbie Horse Adventure soundtrack right now. It's amazing, Jeff says. It doesn't fit the game at all. Maybe I would have been able to enjoy it more if I hadn't been suffering with the awful gameplay the whole time. Maybe I wasn't in an appropriate mood. Maybe I wasn't in an appropriate mood to dig the vibe. The game itself is so desolate and depressing. It's a very cursed game. It's a very cursed game. She didn't even die. She got old, and people are upset that she's old now? Oh no. Those people may be in for a rude awakening about the way that time works. I'm slowly getting into SpongeBob SquarePants, though. I can see now why people like that Game & Fit says. What did I say about SpongeBob? What did I say about SpongeBob that had everyone upset? I believe I said I don't have any experience with SpongeBob. My only impression of it is that it's incredibly loud and obnoxious. You sound like such a Squidward right now. He is a man of maturity and reason, I've no doubt. I don't know why people, when an episode aired showing all the characters as older versions of themselves, everyone got really upset. Like the YouTube video of all the dubs of the guy screaming chocolate in different languages. This is not a video I'm familiar with. SpongeBob? It's classic. Yeah, I somehow missed that one. All of my experience with SpongeBob comes like in the context of hanging out with my buddy in college and him putting the show on for his like very hyperactive toddler. So my impression may be colored from my life experience.
You're looking good. Be careful. Many obstacles will slow you down if you don't avoid them. Follow the seed bonuses and use the springboards to reach the exit.
I'm crying watching the video, Joe says. We don't post links in the chat, but if you wanna drop it into the Discord, we can check it out there.
Fantastic! This is great. You did it.
Right on. I'll try and give it a look-see after the stream. I'm sure it will at least raise an eyebrow. I do want to point out my description of SpongeBob was loud and obnoxious, and then your go-to like point of thing to share was a video of a guy screaming, so I'm not necessarily feeling unjustified. It's true. Loud, yes, but worth it on the whole, Cow says. I'm basically proving your point. The link from Zelda is allowed in chat, though. That's an exception. Alright, hang on, I missed this. A dry sponge is a happy sponge. What? In Family Guy, there was an episode that featured the cast from Star Trek The Next Generation. Patrick Stewart answered a question and said at the end, a dry sponge is a happy sponge. And then in one of the first 5 episodes, SpongeBob visited his new friend, that squirrel lady, and there was no water, and he was all dry and dying. Well, clearly these differences cannot be reconciled. We have 2 levels and 1 mini-game left. I think we have 2 levels and 1 mini-game left. Because I don't think we fly the butterfly a second time. We've got the dream world, we've got the pirate ship, and we've got the the home world. Should be here tomorrow night as well. Plan for tomorrow night, I think, is we're gonna do Splatterhouse 2. I'm gonna make some attempts at our challenge run that I still have not accomplished, and then we might do a run through Super Ghouls and Ghosts. I kind of feel like doing an all treasure chest playthrough of that game, and then maybe finally some Jump King. We might skip Super Ghouls and Ghosts and just do Jump King after Splatterhouse tomorrow. Cause I need to stay in practice with Jump King. It's been a little neglected lately. It's been rough because are you ready to retire this game? I think we've gotten our money's worth out of it. I think we've gotten our money's worth out of this one. Oh, sorry. Finally feeling better tonight. Whatever's going on, it's no joke. I felt like Wario after getting stung by a bee. Oh my goodness, sir. I'm glad you seem to be mending up. I don't think you can often say that, like, being comparable to Wario is your preferred state of being, right? Maybe they got sick from someone else or got salmonella poisoning. Oh my. And to be clear, I like Wario. I like Wario a lot. I have a lot in common with Wario. We're a roughly similar build. We both eat whole bulbs of garlic. We both love the color purple. We're both completely obsessed with collecting video game treasures. Like, Wario is a guy I can understand. Well, you know, 5 out of 6 ain't bad, Jeff. Funny to watch, not so funny to live through. You're both demented and evil. I think it was that Mario Land, the hypnotism from that Mario Land 2 commercial never wore off on me. The Mario Land, Super Mario Land 2, the commercial where Wario comes out and he hypnotizes you. You're getting sleepy, very sleepy. You're me, Wario. Oh, you are very handsome. The spell never broke. Just kidding about the motorcycle part. I don't know if I'm bold enough. I don't think I'm bold enough to ride a motorcycle. With all the rain and ice that we get up here, especially, I would not want a motorcycle to be my primary means of transportation. On a sunny day, might not be all that bad, but outside of that, I don't know. It seems needlessly dangerous. Thing I don't like about motorcycles and Jeeps, they're very bumpy ride. Don't feel secure like with regular cars. I barely turn on a little moped. No way I'd trust myself on a motorcycle. I would have thought you would have been more likely to be up for it, since I know you do the rollerblading, so. I mean, I know they're not really the same thing, but rollerblading also seems dangerous to me. You have way more control on rollerblades. Ooh, what a fall that was. What a fall that was. Well, yeah, maybe bumpy isn't the right word, but I feel like I could topple at any second. Okay, I don't think there's something on, I don't think there's anything else on this staircase to go after, but I always need to check. I'm very close to death every time I decide to go backward on ice skates. Getting better though, was able to go backward on 1 foot for 3 to 4 seconds last time. I don't, that's not a skill I anticipate developing. Ever been able to skate backward? It's like shifting gears into a gear I don't have, I just get stuck. Also, diving into pools, I just end up doing a belly flop. Isn't that like a more painful way to hit the water, though? Yes. Yes, it is. I mean, you're not going to see me diving anytime soon, so... I don't even really like to swim, though. Alright, if it's warm enough outside, that the pool isn't completely frozen, then I don't necessarily want to be out there. And I just curl into a ball and cannonball. Yeah, that's the way I would jump into. 100% cannonballs. I thought maybe I could stand just on the very edge of that platform and jump over, but no. I have to go collect magic again. Alright, it wasn't as far away as I thought it was. You aren't supposed to dive into hot tubs. Oh, I see. I missed a comment. I like to live dangerously. That's right, that's right. Game and Fit does a... It wouldn't be a cannonball. It would be a belly flop. Or a dive. Hey, alright. We got one mini game and one level left. The end draws near. Now my real curiosity is there even going to be any acknowledgement, like from the game regarding what we've done? Are we going to get a special true ending, or at least like a special congratulations? Probably not. Yeah, that's what I think. Nope. I can't think of a lot of games. I can't think of a lot of games where you defeat the final boss and then play every level in reverse. We didn't expect you to make it this far. Good job.
Fantastic! This is great! You did it!
Yeah, I like the evening color palette for this stage. Last boss hype. Yeah, this is our final level. I miss Gauntlet Dark Legacy so much. Diablo 3 is probably the closest I can get to playing that now. I've only done Gauntlet Legends on the N64. I like that game a lot though. It's a pretty cool game. It's essentially the same game with less characters. This is another really long level. And last time I got soft locked on this level, so we need to be careful. Yeah, we did Gauntlet Legends on the stream. We did our playthrough mostly with the Minotaur. The blue Minotaur. That was our character, I think. I missed a key again. I just played as the Blue Wizard. When I was a kid, I played as the Blue Wizard. I played it with my dad when I was a kid. I was the Blue Wizard and he was the Green Warrior. I tried the warrior once and realized how much easier it was to kill the bad guys with the normal attacks. I think it's pretty rough to run solo with the wizard. There's like 4 or 5 of these doors that we have to open. I think we're on door number 2 right now. Hopefully there's nothing down there I need. I'm dead. This tornado is the worst. I need to never play any PlayStation games with like high intensity quick time events, because I just do not have a good handle on where all the buttons are. We'll go back for that key. I missed. I thought I was low enough, it wouldn't matter. Let's go get that key. Uh-oh. The stream didn't die, did it? Thank goodness. If, thank you. When I read "uh-oh" in the chat, I looked at the video on my stream manager page had crashed, so. It seemed like a possibility from my end. We're so late into this game. If the stream dies, I'm finishing this one without you guys. I can't stop now. No! Stop landing on it. There've been two times where the stream has died, like, right at the end of something, You're still in this looping madness. Like, right at the end of something significant. It happened during when I played Arrow the Acrobat. The stream died during the last boss fight, so I didn't have anyone here to celebrate with me when we beat it. It was just me for that one. And there was a boss fight in Hercules on the N64. The stream died during that boss fight, and I did end up beating it, but I didn't see that the stream was dead until afterward. And that was a great moment too, because like I defeated the boss, and then I had one hit left. I defeated the boss, and I had one hit left, and I had to get all the way back to a save point that was like a couple, like, it was a good ways away. It was a few minutes of running, and an enemy glitched out and was chasing me through the level, like in this weird like glitch posture, just sliding after me. And it was such a high stress panic moment, and I went through it all alone. That's it. No key. No key. I landed on the cloud and the fall damage hurt me. Aren't clouds supposed to be soft though? So where did that bird come from? Oh my goodness. And we got one key left. We got it. There's not even anything over there. Oh. I just now finally, for the first time, realized the way this area is supposed to work. That's pretty good. I've been doing it backwards every time. Okay, that doesn't come low enough to be useful. That's great to know. I'm gonna be too slow. No. Oh, we did. No. We did it. Oh, thank goodness, there are clouds here. Oh, speaking of clouds, I should have gone back and got that one. No, I fell off. Strawberry Shortcake is sometimes a world of agony.
Let's go!
Awesome. This is impossible. It's impossible. I don't even have a trail of coins to follow anymore. This is not the ideal angle for this platforming. There we go. That's all I wanted, was just to get everything. Is that too much to ask? I really wanted to be here for the end of this, but I'm fading fast. Wish you the best of luck of this game. I hope there's some sort of reward at the end for you. Hey, cows. Thank you for hanging in as long as you have. I hope that you sleep well. I'll try to remember to let you know the depths of the disappointment that we experienced. Have a fantastic weekend, my friend. The best reward, not having to play the game anymore. Yeah, I'm ready to be done with it. It's been, like, it's pretty low on the pain scale. It's pretty low on the pain scale overall, but I'm ready to be done with it. There's not even anything on these clouds. They're just here for fun. Okay, this tornado area here is where I got soft locked last time, so I need to be real careful. Real careful. I think we're okay, actually. I think that... As long as I don't have to backtrack for anything. Beautiful. Come on. Ah, okay, there is a thing here. It was just for coins, though. I tried to activate the butterfly, but no luck. That backward platform's not fooling me. What an awful power-up. What an awful power-up that is. We're there, my friends. We've done it. Loop 5 complete. I have played this game more than any other human on the planet.
Strawberry Shortcake, I'm so happy to see you. I bought a very nice gift for you. Oh, thank you. Good night, Angel Cake. I sure will. Good night, Strawberry Shortcake.
And didn't you say that was a gift for us? Why are you leaving with it?
Tomorrow is another day.
Probably 10 times, probably 100 times more than anyone else. Do we get a special credits? Thing is, I don't even remember the ending of the other loops well enough. I wouldn't even know if it was different. This seems not different. Never underestimate the power of a tea party. Mrs. Nesbit. Well, at least we get to enjoy the theme song one more time. So far, I think it's all exactly the same, Jeff. Characters modelization. What? Modelization? Why not modeling? You completed the game, now go outside. That's what I said that at the beginning of the stream, Zerg. Like, I said, what if we I said, what if we check our save file and we see that the 5 stars have moved up a layer and there's another row has started for loop 6. Give us your review, Frownie. This game is alright. If you really like Strawberry Shortcake, you can probably have a decent time with it. If you really like Strawberry Shortcake and you're not super familiar with video games, so that maybe you don't have a lot of like more powerful points of comparison. Like I'm tempted to say it could be a good like beginner platformer, but it's so janky that the jank factor makes it unnecessarily frustrating. This is weird. This is the old scenery from Gen 1, but the models are from Gen 3. Not all the not everyone on the production team was on the same page, I guess. Best beginner platformer is Kirby's Epic Yarn. I haven't played that one. I think that from my experience with Kirby games, the idea of starting someone off with one as their first video game is horrifically cruel, though. Kirby games only seem sweet, innocent, and pleasant, and then you get to the final boss and it's an apocalyptic nightmare. I've never played a Kirby game without it ending in tears. All the kids play Minecraft and Roblox nowadays. It's much easier than the others. I think I've got a copy of it. Maybe we'll play it. Maybe we'll play it sometime. I do like doing going through Kirby games. We've done I think we've done 5. I think we've done 6 Kirby games on the stream already. It's like 2 a year. It's a cute one. Nintendo games always do that. You get to the final levels and they get crazy hard. Yeah, but Kirby is a special kind of brutal. Kirby's Dream Land 2, finding all of those rainbow shards is I can't believe I did it. I can't believe I did it. Finding all those rainbow shards is a quest. I've never been so puzzled. And then you get some brutal bosses at the end for your reward. And the Forgotten Land. Wow, that game was challenging. Alright, well, let's see. Did we get anything? Nope. We don't even get like a gold ribbon or a check mark on our save file. But we've done it. We started all 5 stars when we started the night. We're filled in. So there's no extra stars added. So that's the game. It goes out not with a bang, but a whimper. Yeah, there's nothing. I don't think there's anything new in any of these areas. Oh yeah, I forgot. I guess to really 100% it, I need to cook all of these. Remember to ask an adult to help you with these recipes. Do not try it alone. I guess I've got to cook the recipes. Alright, well, that's it, my friends. Cooking stream win. Everyone wants a cooking stream, and I think you're going to be terribly underwhelmed. Like, just an opportunity to watch me make highly mediocre food and probably you know, not pay attention to what I'm doing and cross-contaminate all of my utensils and cutting boards. Thank you for the wheels, Zergling. We can give that a spin before we head out. Number 5. What was number 5? Poppin' habanero sauce. Oh, this one's hot. I think this is the hottest thing currently on the wheel. So tomorrow night, we're going to play Splatterhouse 2 and Jump King. And if Splatterhouse 2 goes quickly, which it probably won't, if Splatterhouse 2 goes quickly, we'll squeeze Super Ghouls and Ghost Run in there too. We could very easily end up playing Splatterhouse, finishing it real quick, then playing Ghouls and Ghosts, because it's like, well, we'll have plenty of time, and then running out of time and not doing Jump King. So don't have your heart too set on any of those games. But we're definitely going to start with Splatterhouse. Poppin' habanero. Next week, we're going to hopefully finish Pugsley's Scavenger Hunt. We'll make another attempt at Friday the 13th. We're going to play Warlock, I think on the Super NES. Oh, that one didn't wait. That one didn't wait to kick in. Yep, that's hot. That is the hottest thing on the wheel. It doesn't help that I got a sharp piece of cracker stuck in my throat too. I cried a tear. It got one tear out of me. So, yeah, what did I say? Pugsley Scavenger Hunt, Friday the 13th, Warlock, Battletoads, all of those next week. Let's see who we can raid. The trick with spicy stuff is to not die. Enjoying spicy foods is the same as enjoying intense allergic reactions. Well, I'd say not exactly the same, but somewhat. I guess I can't really weigh in all that much. I don't think I have any allergies to anything. I have intense psychological aversions to all kinds of stuff, but I don't think I have any physical allergies. Alright, I'm sitting through an ad right now. I'm going to send this over to Abby. Playing Wario Land 3, part of a Mario marathon. Abby's got a really fun stream. All kinds of retro games and just retro stuff in general. There's usually a lot of movie talk, a lot of enjoyment of like retro commercials. Really fun time. Not a strictly family friendly stream. There's a mature language and conversation topics from time to time, but if that's not a absolute deal breaker for you, I think you'll have a very good time if you come along, my friends. Thank you for being here. I'm glad we got this game finally checked off the list. We won't have to revisit it ever again. We've properly conquered it. Be well, my friends, until I get to see you again. Hopefully we'll be able to share one another's company again very soon. But for tonight, all out of stuff to do here for tonight. It is time to head out. Let's go on an adventure.